Evening everyone, I'm Sathwika from CSC department. In this video, I'm going to give a presentation on strings in Python. So let's have a quick glance over the topics we are going to cover in this presentation. First of all, coming to what are strings in Python, and followed by the slicing of strings, then modification of strings, which is further followed by the concatenation of strings, and how to format the strings, escape characters, and the string methods. Besides that, we're also going to cover how to find length of a string and how to access individual characters by using slicing and indexing, the difference between the string and a list, and how to convert string from lowercase to uppercase. And we are also going to see the title case and swap case methods as well, and how to verify the string, whether it consists of any alphabets, digits, upper or lowercase letters, and how to find the substring of strings. Moreover, we are also going to look at these concepts, immutability of string, functions, and the string module. Coming to the introduction part, what is a string? String is basically data type in Python, and it is a sequence which is made up of one or more individual characters, where characters could be either be a letter, digit, white space, or any other symbol. And Python has got some inbuilt class name, str. It is a keyword to represent the string, which is enclosed with single quotes, and it has many useful features. So the word which is enclosed with single quotes over here, the str keyword, so it is used to represent the string, and it has got some many useful features. Now we can declare and define the string by creating a variable of the string data type. Now string literal, it can be enclosed by either triple, double, or single quotes. And the escape sequence, escape sequence, it is used in order to define the string literal of each data type. So escape sequence, what are the escape sequence and where they are used, we are going to learn them in the upcoming module. So before that, let's have a look at this example. Now name is nothing but a string. So since it is a string, it has to be enclosed with double or triple or single quotes. Now here India is enclosed with double quotes, and the graduate BE is enclosed in single quotes. And strings are immutable in nature. Now, what does the word immutable mean? Immutable in the sense they cannot be modified further. So, what does this mean? In order to justify the immutable statement, let's have a quick look at this example. A equals hello world and B is equal to Python. Here, both are enclosed in single and double quotes. So here, A, it consists of string hello world and it can't be modified further. And B consists of string Python, even this can't be modified further. And they have to be enclosed with the quote. We can also enclose them with triple quotes as well. And not only those characters, but they can all, I mean, not only the string names, like not only the names, but they can also contain many alphabets, numbers, or special cases, digits as well. But the prime and the main aspect, they have to be enclosed within the quotes, because character, this is a representation of a character, and string is a sequence of characters. And Python, it uses a Unicode format in order to represent these characters. And it treats single quotes same as double quotes. So we can now create a string by enclosing the characters in quotes, since it is a sequence. So let's have a look at this example program. Let's try to execute this program. But before that, a string data type, str, it can also be used as a string literal, we have seen earlier. And it is an array of characters which is represented by quotation marks. Now, how to create a string and display it, and how to create a multi-line string. So let's see now. So let's input a name called Vincent. Make sure it has to be enclosed within double or single quotes. And let's set an organization name called Titan. Titan. Titan Academy, and let's try to print the name. Let's try to print the organization as well. Let's try to run the program. So Vincent and Titan Academy are displayed onto the output screen. This is how we read and print the string. So we're done with this reading and printing. Now let's see how to read and convert this string from one data type to another. Now we prefer to read data in using strings and then parse them and then convert the data as we need. So why do we do this? This gives us more control over error situations and to handle bad user inputs. Now raw input numbers, they must be converted into strings. Now how this can be done, we shall see this example program and execute this. Before that, let's read and print another string. So let's have a look at this, the another example on how to read and write this string. I mean how to read and print the string. So first of all, let's try to print. Let's enter your name, right? And the name is equal to input. Next, we have to print hi, the name. Let's learn about strings in Python. All right, let's try to run this program. So let's enter a name called Ben. So hi Ben, let's learn about strings in Python. So this is displayed. First, we are printing the name we would like to enter, and then we have to input a name as per our wish. Then we have to print the statement. We have to print using the same name, and we can write a statement like, "Hi, how are you doing?" or "Hi, good evening." Let's learn about the strings in Python. So we can input the statement as per the user wish. So this is just an example program in order to print and read the inputs from a string. So let's try to convert the strings. Let's try to convert. So, okay. So let's say apple equals input. We have to input enter, and then let's say x equals apple minus 10. We have to print x. Let's see what's wrong over here. Let's try to top apple minus 10. So let's enter apple 100. It's 90. So now here 90 is displayed onto the output screen. So first we have given an input, then we have to give an other statement like what operation we would like to do with the given input. and then we have to print in order to obtain the desired output in this way. So this is how reading, printing, and then converting are done. Then let's have a look. So how to create the strings. So these are 8 different examples in order to create the strings. So first, they have to be enclosed within double quotes, welcome to Python. Next, first they have to be enclosed in single quotes, welcome to Python. Then they have to be enclosed in double quotes, followed by triple quotes. Then these are 8 different ways in order to create the strings. So let's try to execute this one by one. So S is equals to, first let's try with the single quotes. Welcome to Python. And let's print the S. Okay, so let's run. So welcome to Python. And next, let's try to do the same with double quotes as well. So print, the string is printed, and let's try to run. So it's giving the same output, and let's try to do this. So yeah, and so let's try to input welcome to code Python, and the code, it has to be enclosed in a single quotes. And let's see, this has to be enclosed in double quotes. So let's try to run this program. And so let's try another format. So it's welcome to code Python. And then we can use some escape characters like tap space into /t core, and then \n. Let's include some double quotes. So let's try to run this. So welcome to code. And since we have used /n, Python is printed in the next line. And so let's try to execute this. So welcome to code and Python. We have used this R in the sense we have to print this everything in a row. So welcome to /t core and /t Python. We have used a letter R over here. So it makes sure that this entire string, it has to be printed in a row. So these are the 8 different ways in order to create a string. So let's head back to the slide. So now coming to the concept of indexing. Now we can get any single character in a string using an index which is specified in the square brackets. So the index value, it must be an integer and it should start from 0. And the index value, it can be an expression that is computed. So let's have a look at this example program. So it's banana, and indexing, it starts from 0, 0, position base at 0th position, followed by 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Should always make sure that indexing value starts from 0. And let's try to execute this program. So let's input a fruit named banana, and then letter is at fruit 1. Then we have to print letter. So let's try to execute this. So at letter, at index 1, the letter A is present. So next, let's try to do, let's say n equals 3 and w equals, so let's try to implement this. Of 1 and print letter. All right. So and then n equals 3. Here w equals fruit of n minus 1, and then have to print w. So let's see. So it's a and n. So fruit of n minus 1, in the sense fruit of 3 minus 1, it's 2. So at index 2, the letter n is present. So let's head back to the presentation now. Okay. So both positive and negative indexing is possible in Python. So these are 4 methods that are mentioned over here. Now string, it's, let's input a string called code Python, which is enclosed in double characters. So the method 1 is to access each character using while loop, followed by for loop, and then slicing operator, which is followed by the steps that are involved in the slicing operator. Like, so let's try to execute all these 4 methods one by one. So first of all, let's input a string called code Python, and later we shall then I equals 0 while I is less than n. All right, have to print that string present at index I, and it has to end, then I plus equals 1. So let's try to run this. It's string, right? Okay. So So it's code Python, which is displayed onto the output screen now. And next, we have used while loop. So let's use for loop. So let's say for I in string, let's print I and has to end with its code Python again. And let's use a slice operation. Say and then we have to print and then later have to print. So it's code Python again. So let's take the step size as -1 for I in string of -1. Have to print I. So the entire string is obtained in the reverse order. So let's head back to the presentation. So now here there are a few more examples in order to access the string using the positive and negative index as well. So let's try to execute this. And each character, it has an index number since it is a sequence of characters which is enclosed with double or single quotes. So each character of a string, it has an index number. So we have to access these characters using index. And end of the string, it can be accessed using the negative index. So let's try to have a look at this example program, hello world, and let's try to access this using indexing. So now we have to input a word, hello, and then we have to input another word called hi, and then x equals a word of, I mean, it's a word first, and then we have to print the x, and later y is another word of 2, and we have to print this y, and let's say z is word present -1, and we should print the z. Let's say u is a word present at -5, and let's try to print u as well. It's a word 1. All right, it's a word 1, and it's of word 2. So let's try to run this program. And so let's give to. It's from this program. So it's EHOL is displayed onto the output screen. Instead of word to, we can give it hello world. So let's try to execute. So it's EWO and L. It is displayed onto the output screen. So let's head back to the presentation slide. Now, the storage of strings, these strings are stored as arrays. That is A of 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. This is nothing but index. So this traversing through a string and accessing its elements can be done using its indices. So there is no character data type in Python. It stores as a string of length 1. And how to determine the length of a string? So it can be done using the len function. And how do we check if a required word or letter is there in the string? It can be done using the keywords in and not in the membership operators. And how do we get the string printed in the desired range? So let's see that. Now, accessing individual characters. So this individual characters, again, that can be done using the string of the string, that can be done using indexing, or they can be accessed either to slicing operations. And there are some types which we can access the individual elements. We shall see this. So if we try to access the index out of the range or use the decimal number, we get errors. And since there is no separate character data type and indexing of a string, it produces strings of length 1. So let's try to have a look at this as well. And let's try to execute this program in order to understand the concept of indexing. And so yes. So we're going to access the elements present in a name. The name is Sundar. And we have to print the first character is, and it is the name which is present at index 0. And later we have to print the last character is, and the name present at index -1. So let's print a fourth character is. So it is a name which is present at index 3. So let's try to run this program. So its first character is S, then last is R, and the fourth character is A. So, and let's print the name, then type of the name. Then we have to print the name at index 0. And then say the type of the name, its name at index 0. So let's try to run. So it's Sikandar and the class is string, and S the class is string. So S is nothing but the name at index 0. So now let's head back to slide. So now we're going to deal with the string manipulation functions in Python. So the string manipulation function, it can be done in the following ways. To get the length of a string and to traverse the string with a loop and the string slices, justify that strings are immutable, the looping and counting, and the in operator. Also the membership operator. Now, length of a string. So what this length of a string is nothing but it's a len function is denoted by this len open parenthesis and close parenthesis, and it is used to find the length of a string. So this is an example program in order to identify the concept clear. So let's try to execute that. So string is like a code Python. Then the length of the string. Now have to print that len is equal to n. So len is equal to 4. So these are an other example which can be obtained by using string. Let's try to execute them as well. Let's print enter your string data input. Then we shall print length is equal to len of data. Let's try to run this program. So let's enter a string by name data science. So the length is 12. And now let's try to find the length of Python. So the word is equal to Python. It has to be enclosed within a double or single quotes. So L equals len of word Python. Now we have to print this L. Run this. So it's 6. Next, the inbuilt string functions. Python contains 3 inbuilt string functions. They are len, max, and min. Len is, as we have seen earlier, it is used to find out the length of the characters in a string, where the min function is used to find the smallest value in a string based on ASCII values, and max function is used to find the largest value in a string based on ASCII values. So what are ASCII values? So what is ASCII values? And what is a function of it? How ASCII works in a computer system. So we're going to see in this model. First, step 1, the user presses the capital T using Shift plus T key on the keyboard, and then an electronic signal for capital T is sent to the system unit. The signal for the capital T is converted to its ASCII binary code, that is 010101000, and it is stored in the memory for processing. So after processing, the binary code for the capital T is converted to an image, and it is displayed onto the output screen. So this is how ASCII value works. So ASCII values from for capital letters A to Z, it ranges from 65 to 90. And for small letters A to Z, it ranges from 97 to 122. So now we have seen the inbuilt functions. Now let's try to execute an example. So we shall learn in detail about the max and min functions, the upcoming modules, but the concept is more clear in the slides as well. So let's try to execute this uh, example program for inbuilt string functions. So let's input a name by, let's say, enter your name. Name. And then later print welcome for your name. And then let's say we have to print like a length of a name. So print length of your name. It's length of name. Then later we have to print maximum value of character in your name is max of name. So then we have to print the minimum value of character in your name is min of your name. So let's try to run this program. So let's enter your name called Precious P. So welcome Precious P. Length of your name is 10 and the maximum value of character in your name is T. The minimum value of character in your name is H. So this is how, it's P, not H, it's P. Why minimum value is capital P? Because the uppercase letters, they have got low ASCII values than the lowercase letters. Like the lowercase letters has got the high ASCII values, so they are maximum value. Well, compared to, they have maximum value when compared to that of uppercase letters. So now let's head back to the slide. So traversing of a string. So a string can be traversed. Traverse nothing but visiting of a string. To visit each and every element in a string, it can be traversed by accessing characters from one string to another. A string can be traversed by accessing the characters from one index to another index. So now this is an example program in order to understand the concept of traversing, how each and every element can be accessed in a string using the concept called indexing. And this can be done using while or for loop as well. So now let us see this example program first. Okay, so now let's display a message called hello, and then index is initialized to 0. Then for I in message, we have to print message that index, and then let's in this index. So let's try to run this program. So message is displayed as H. Uh, H is at present at the 0 index, and next it's followed by E, L, L, and O. So E is present at first index, while L is present at second. It's followed by third and fourth indexes as well. So now let's try to look at another example using for loop. So using for loop and using while loop, let's try to traverse the word Python. So let's do that. Let's say S equals Python. First, we shall use the for loop again, and then we shall go with while loop. So I in S, print I and okay, let's try to run. Okay, Python. Slash t indicates it's a tab space. One tab space is equal to 8 spaces. So using tab space escape sequence, we have displayed the output. So now let's use slash n now. So yeah, the output is displayed in each separate line. The P is displayed in first line followed by Y, T, H, O, and N. Each element is displayed in a different line, I mean a separate line. So let's try to do the same with while loop, where S equals Python and I is initialized to 0. Then while I is less than length of S, we shall print index, comma, end using backslash T operator. That's this one. And where I plus equals 1, then let's try to run the program. So yeah, we can see Python is displayed onto the output screen. since the end is slash t, if the end is slash n. So yeah, so this is using for loop and this is using while loop. So let's try to traverse. This is nothing but forward traversing. We are traversing forward, that using positive indexing. Now let's try to traverse using backward indexing. It can be done while I is less than, in the sense it's greater than or equal to minus, it's len of s. So let's try to print now. Okay, sorry, it's not plus 1. I equal to I minus 1. So now the string is printed in the reverse order. If we want to print the element in the separate line, so we can use the slash n. So yeah, okay. So now let's head back to the slide. Okay. Now iterating this is to the a string. So iterating in the sense visiting, and using for loop, we can iterate through a string. Uh, Here is an example to count the number of letter L which is present in a string called hello world. This iteration, since it's simply to count, I mean, the repetition or the occurrence of letters in a given string. So let's try to do this. Iteration is nothing but a repetition. So how many times a letter, the number of times a letter it appears in a given string, it's nothing but iteration. So let's try to have a look. So let's initialize this count to 0, and for letter in hello world, let's say if the letter, if it is equal to I'm sorry, it's L. Let's say the count, it has to be incremented by 1, and then you have to print the count letters found. So let's try to run this. So it prints 0 letters found, and then 1, 2, overall 3 letters found. Sorry, it's just print. Okay. So it's just 3 letters found. And so let's have a look at another example, the word which says cranes. And for C in word cranes, we shall print C. So so it's cranes. And then for word cranes varsity, so count is equal to 0. For seen word, we shall see if C is equal to A, Then count is incremented by 1. And we shall print that character A, it has occurred count number of times. So its count is 0. Let's run this program. So character A occurred two number of times. It's the output. So let's head back to the slide. So coming to the string slicing. String slicing, the slicing operation, it can be done using slicing operation. It is nothing but to return, select or slice a particular substring based on the user requirements. Now, a segment of a string is nothing but a slice. So there's a syntax for the slicing of a string underscore variable name start colon end. So slicing for the word hello, its indexing starts from 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, and the negative -1, -2, -3, -4, and -5. So using the slicing operator, we shall execute this example for the string hello. And so let's execute. Let's say S is a string of hello. And then shall slice the string. Then we shall print S. Then we shall slice the string one more time. And then have to print later. Let's print A. And let's say B and print B. And then C, print C. And it's D. And let's print D. And it's E. So let's print E, F, G, G. Okay. So let's run. Okay. It's EL and ELLO and HELLO, ELLO, O and HELLO and HE. So this is how slicing can be done. So now, if a range of characters in a string are required, slicing is used. So this is a syntax we have seen earlier. So here str name is nothing but the name of a string, and start is the index of the starting letter of range and is the index of the ending letter of range. How do we slice syntax if we count from the end? So we can done that using the negative slicing. So we can access the substrings using slicing as I have stated earlier. So we can now slice string of any data type. Of any character. It can either be alphabet, digit, or any special values, anything. So now let's have a look at this particular example in order to understand the concept. And then later print first five characters are a name, and then slice the first five characters, and we have to print string excluding first five characters. The name, five characters, closed, and we have to print third to eighth character. Name from third to eighth character. So let's try to run this program. So the first five characters are Muhammad, and then string excluding first five characters are MED and Sikandar. Then third to eighth character is Ahmad. So this is how slicing operation works. And so let's try to have a look at the rest of the concept of the slice operation in order to understand the concept and the types that are involved in it. And a substring is of a string is called a slice, as we have seen earlier. And this slice operation is used to refer to sub parts of a sequence and a string, so that we can take subset of a string from the original string by using the operator, the parenthesis, it's square parenthesis operator, also known as a slicing operator, and the square braces, not the parenthesis. So string with indexing. So this hello, the indexing is from 0 to 4, and the negative is from -1 to -5. And the syntax is of from start to end. So where start specifies the beginning index of a substring, and end -1 is the index of the last characters. So here we have considered a string called Python, and we have done some operations in order to obtain the desired output onto the screen. And here we have done the operation using a negative index. So let's try to execute the program. using operations on positive indexing as well as on negative indexing. So here we have considered a string called Python, and okay, have to print the string from 1 to 5, strings of from 1 to 5, and then later we have to print the strings up to 6, and we have to print the string. It is and then later we have to print the other string. Let's try to. So the string 1 to 5 is YTHO and up to 6 is Python. Then the other string is also Python and then YTHON. Now let's try to do the same. Let's try to slice using negative accessing. So print, negative slicing. So print string of -1 equals string of -1, and then we have to print string of -6. I think so here -2. Here it is string of -2. This is -1. So next we have to print string of -5, -2 from string of -5. Okay, let's try to run this program. So it's NPON and PYTH and YTH. So let's head back to the slides. So now if the string is core Python, we shall try to execute this program. But before that, we should try to understand what does this slicing from given from a specific range, like from using this range function like start, stop, and then step. 0 here, 0 indicates the start function, 9 indicates the stop function, and 1 indicates the step function. So what does this actually mean, and what does each terminology state? We shall see that now. uh, First of all, the string, this this particular slicing operation, it includes to print all the elements present in a string, and string from 0, 9, and 1, it is used to access the string from 0 to 8th element, while string 0, 9, and 2 starting from 0 and should stop at 9, and step value is 2. It is used to access the string in the step size of 2, and string 2, 3, and 1, it is used to access the string from second to third character, right? So next, the string up to second, it is used to access the string in the step size of 2, and the string 4, it is used to access the string from 0 to third location in steps of 1. Since step has got no value, so by default its value is 1. And the string of -4, -1, it is used to access the string -4 to string -2 from left to right. And the string -6, it is used to access from -6 till the end of the string. String -1, -4, and -1. Once the step size is negative, then the items are counted from right to left. And the string -1 to -1, they used to retrieve the items from the string of -1 till the first element from right to left. Now we shall execute this example program. Now let's say string is equal to some code Python, and we shall print the string, which is ranging from 0, 9, and 1, and then we shall print the string so these are using range functions. Okay, next, print string from 2, 3, and 1. Then we shall print the string So let's print the string function with -1, and then -4, and with -1. So next we shall print the string function with -1, -1. So let's try to run the program. So the output is displayed onto the screen. Let's head back here. Now, to extract a required number of characters, we use the colon operator for the process of slicing, like in order to uh, in order to extract like a portion of a string that is nothing but a slice. So in order to extract the number of characters from them from the string, we use colon operator, and this is the syntax as we have seen earlier. Here using ijk, the representation is done. I is nothing but the first index or beginning index, the start index. J is the last index or the end index. So if J index is not present, it means that slice should be done till the end of the string. And if the case is nothing but stride, it indicates the number of steps incremented, and the default value is 1. Example is the hello world. So we shall execute this 14 operations now, and we shall see how striding is done. So let's try to input a string called hello world. And have to print the string and later we shall print the string which is say 3, and then we shall print the string now we shall print the string using -4 and -1, and then okay, so let's try. So next let's try to print the string -1, and then let's try to print the string of and later on let's try to print the string -1. So before this, Let's try to run the program. Yeah, so this is the output for obtained for the required string. That's hello world. So by performing some slice operations, we have finally obtained the desired output onto the output screen. So let's try to implement. So let's try to implement the last program from the concept of slicing operation, that is specifying the stride while slicing strings. So in the slice operation, we can simply specify a third argument as a stride, which refers to the number of characters to move forward after the first character is retrieved from the string. So the default value of the stride is 1. Here, this is example program. We shall execute this now. And program to demonstrate slice operation with the last negative argument, that is to print the string in a reverse order. This is the program. So we shall execute both the programs now. Okay, so let's try to do this. Now the given string is nothing but welcome, the world of Python. And then we have to print that string from 2 to 10 is equal to string. Then later on we have to print the string and so it's 1. Okay, so next we shall print, okay, shall print the string, so from 2, 10 and 2, which is equal to string from 2, 13 and 4. No, it's 2, 10 and 2, right? So it's 2, sorry, 2, 10 and 2. And let's next print the last string, which is from 2, 13 and 4. So the string, let's try to generate the output for this. Okay, so this is the output, desired output, which is obtained through positive traversing or positive slicing. So let's see the negative slicing. So instead of this, we shall print the string in the reverse order using the slice operation. It's equal to string which we shall print. uh, So all right, so let's try to run this program. So let's run this program. So its string has been printed in the reverse order, and these are the string elements. So yeah, I think we're done understood with the slicing operation. So let's have a look at strings, the statement that says the strings are immutable. So now we're going to justify that strings are immutable characteristics. So once a string is generated, we cannot change any character within the string. So let's try to run this example program. So where let's say A is Python programming, and we have to print A of 0. So it's P. Okay. And now let's say if A of 0 equals P. Okay. So now let's say now let's try to print A of 0 again. Assume some C, and now later C is equal to P. Now we shall print C. So let's try to run this program. Or else let's simply try to, I mean, let's say if my of 0 is equal to P. Okay, now print this A of 0. Okay, so let's try. So there's an error message. The string object, it does not support item assignment. So this is an error message. This is displayed onto the screen. So this justifies the statement that strings are immutable. Okay. So now uh, the strings once created, they cannot be changed. So whenever we try to modify an existing string variable, a new string is always created. And this every object in Python, it is stored in a memory. So we can find out whether two variables are referring to the same object or not using the ID operation. So its ID returns the memory address of that particular object. And both string 1 and string 2 points to same memory location. They both point to the same object as well. So let's try to implement this string hello program, hello world program. And so yeah, hello. And we shall print string 1 is, and print ID of string 1 is, and string 2 is world. We shall print string 2 is. Now print ID of string 2 is. Now string 1 1 plus or equal to string 2. Now we have to print string 1 after modification of string 1. Then we have to print ID of string 1 is the ID of string 1. And then string 3 is equal to string 1. And then we have to print string 3 is. And then string 3 print ID of string 3 is ID of string 3. Let's try to run this program. So this is the desired output. And let's head back to the slide. We have executed this program. Next, okay. So immutable in the sense the content cannot be changed, and then immutable are numbers, strings, and tuples, and the mutable ones are lists, sets, and dictionaries. So reasons why strings are made immutable in Python. Performance. The first reason is performance. It takes less time to allocate the memory for the immutable objects since the memory size is fixed. And the security. Any attempt to modify the string will lead to the creation of a new object in memory, and hence ID changes. It can be tracked easily. So these are the two reasons. So the immutable object, strings are immutable objects, their contents are not changed, and this two strings, we have to consider this two strings, and one is 1 and the other one is 2. So So here we can't say that S2 is S2 is equal to S1 here, because S1 has got some fixed value 1 and S2 has got some 2. Now S1 and S2, they can't have both same values, that is 1. So then what happens to then what happens to the value 2? Which string takes the value 2? So there's a question which arises here. So it can be said that tuples are immutable. They cannot be changed once they are assigned. We can't just change S1 to 2 and we can't just assign S2 to 1. It's impossible in strings concept. Now to modify the string, we just create a new string in order to do any further modifications, since we have discussed as that of the earlier slide. For example, this is the string and named by hello world, and we want to access the third element of the string, which is uh let's say, I mean, we want to change the third element, not accessing, we want to change the replace third element L with T. So it says that string object, it does not support item assignment. And next it prints this, but it prints this the value, I mean, just the second example. Just have a look at the first and second examples. So in the first example, it cannot change the value since they are immutable. So in order to modify that, we should create an other string. We can't change, I mean, we can't modify the same string. We have to, in order to modify the string, we should create some other string in order to modify them. Then only we get the desired output onto the screen, or else it's impossible. So let's try to differentiate the two examples. Now let's try to demonstrate what the two examples actually indicate. Those two examples, first let's consider hello world. Next, now just say print s of 3 equals t. Okay, let's try to run this. So let's wait. Let's try to run. So it's false. No, no. Try to print in this manner. So I mean, the string, it cannot be printed in this manner, it because it doesn't support item assignment. So let's try to execute another program like SL, or let's say S1. In order to modify the string, we should follow this operation. Plus T plus. So now let's print S1. a new string in order to modify the previous string. Let's try to run. So yeah, the hello world is changed to hello world. So in order to change the string, or in order to bring any modifications to the existing string, we have to create a brand new string. Okay, so that we can modify the string. So next, okay, now the looping and counting. So using looping, the advantage is that we can count the frequency of characters, that occurrences of a character we have seen earlier. So this is another example which stays the same. So let's try to execute the example. W is equal to a book. Now we have to initialize count to 0. Then for a letter in W, if the letter is equal to O, then count has to be incremented by 1. Then we have to print the occurrences of character O is percentage %d and percentage count as well. Okay, so let's try to run this program. So the occurrences of character O is 2. And now let's try to focus on the membership operations, the membership operator. Now we can check if a string or a character is a member of another string or not. Now how do we do that? By using in or not in operator. So the in or not in, it makes case sensitive comparisons. So this is an example program which states that. So let's try to execute that now. So let's try to input a string, and let's say it's enter the first string. Oh man. Next, let's say enter the first string. Then sub equals input, enter the second string, and let's say if sub is present in string, so then we have to print that sub concatenated is found that the string is found in main string, then else have to print sub is not found in main string. So we shall run this program now. So let's enter the first string, which is say noun, next pronoun. So pronoun is not found in the main string. So now we can test if a substring exists with a string or not using the keyword in. So if is A in the program? Yes, so it returns true. And it not in battle? No, it is in the battle, so it returns false. So the Boolean operator takes two string operands. It returns true if the first operand appears in second operand, as we have seen earlier. Else it returns false. So let's try to see the program as well. So let's print A in program. So it's true. Yes, A is present in the program. So next, let's print it not in the word in the string battle. Yes, it is not in the string battle. So let's try to execute some other strings as well, like EL in hello. Then we have to print X in hello. And then we have to print EL in hello. This is hello. So next shall run this program. So it's true, false, true, and false, false. So now let's move on to the slide. All right, now we are here with string comparison. So we can compare two strings using the comparison operators such as equal equals or not equal to, less than equal to, greater than and greater than equal to. So Python and compares strings based on the corresponding ASCII values. So this is an example of string comparison. So let's try to execute the example program. Okay, so let's say string 1 is of green color and the string 2 is say of black color. Now we have to print is both equal and the string 1 equals to string 2 and we have to print is string 1 greater than that of string 2. Let's see. And whether string 1 is less than string 2 Then we have to see if is string 1 is less than that of string 2. We shall run this program. So both the strings are equal. No, they are not equal. String 1 is greater than string 2. True. If string 1 is not great, string 1 is less than string 2, it's false, because string 1 has got higher ASCII value than that of the string 2. Okay. So now the ASCII value for A to Z is 65 to 90, as we have seen earlier, and for that of A2 small A2 small z is 97 to 122, and for uppercase A to Z it's 65, but for lowercase it has maximum ASCII value than that of the uppercase ASCII values. So now if this is operator and the description is given here, equal to operator, it is used if both the strings are equal, then it returns true. Not equal to or less than or equal to, if two strings are not equal, then it returns true. Now greater than, if the first string is greater than the second, it returns true. Less than, if the second string is greater than first, it returns true. Greater than or equal to, if the first string is greater than or equal to the second, then it returns true. Now less than or equal to, if the second string is greater than or equal to the first, it returns true. So in order to justify that, we got some example programs. Let's try to execute them too. Now we have to print whether A, B, and then C equal to A, B, and C. So it's true. Okay, so next let's try to implement the next. We have to print whether A, B, and capital C is not equal to A, B. Okay, so yeah, it's true. And then let's try to run some other programs as well. So we have to print whether ABC is greater than capital ones. No, I mean this is a small one. Okay. So now we have to print this is less than small ABC. So next we have to print A capital B is greater than or equal to capital ABC. Next we have to print capital A small b and small x is less than or equal to. So now let's try to execute. So it's true, 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 and just false in the last case. So now let's head back to the slide. So let's try to execute this example as well, which contains print the word death is equal to printed, and also print whether 10 is less than or equal to 10. And then next, print whether main is equivalent to, it's less than or equal to main. Now let's try to run this. So it's false, true, true. Okay. Let's head back here. So the comparison operators, like we have seen this earlier, less than, greater than, and equal to are applied to string operators or string objects. So the result is in either true or false only in terms of Boolean expressions itself. And this comparisons, it happens using the ASCII codes. These are the ASCII codes: A to Z, 65 to 90, small a to small z, 97 to 122, and 0 to 9 is 40 to 57, then space 32, and enter has 13. So yeah, there are ASCII values for some characters, or it might be strings also. And so let's try to implement this two example program as well in order to obtain a detailed view about the string. If string is equal to hello, then we have to print they are same. Let's try to run. So they are same. Okay. So if string is, let's change this, it's less than or equal to hello, then we have to print they are lesser. Okay. Else we have to print they are greater. Okay. So let's try to run this program. So they are lesser. So now the concatenation, of strings. So joining two different strings or data types is called concatenation. Then the concatenation of different data types actually is not possible in Python, but the concatenation can be done using the arithmetic sign operator. This is the one. And now if two variables that are of string data type, then they can be concatenated easily with this arithmetic operator. And now how do we perform this addition of numbers with the same operator? It can be done by using the typecasting method. And how do we concatenate the string and a number? So we're going to see now here the positive sign. I mean, the arithmetic operator is, this is used for string concatenation. This is the addition operator. So let's try to implement this program. A equals 5 and B equals how are you, and then C equals A plus B. Now we have to print C. So the both strings are concatenated. It's hi and how are you. So as we can see here, it's hi and how are you. Yes, so let's have a look at another example. So let's try to implement this string and this example as well. So concatenating is nothing but joining together, and this positive operator, the arithmetic addition operator, is used for concatenating purpose. And while this a repetition of operator, it's star or the dereference operator, it can be used to repeat the string for a given number of times. So we shall see the repetitive operator and the detailed view of it in the upcoming slides. First, let's try to implement the two examples using concatenate operator. Here, S1 is equal to core and S2 is equal to Python, where S3 is equal to S1 plus S2. We have to print S3, run. So it's core Python. And now let's input a string one named hello, and let's import a string two named world. Now next we have to print string one plus string two is equal to string one plus string two. And now instead of the arithmetic addition operator, if we use the dereference operator like asterisk, then what happens? Let's see. I mean, this is basically the repetitive operator, which is discussed in the upcoming slides. So let's run. So this hello world, I mean, the two strings are concatenated, and the string is repeated three times. So it's hello, hello, and hello. So now let's have a look. So appending a string is nothing but we should add something at the end, and in Python actually the concatenation and the appending, the difference between concatenation is I mean just both, they don't share a just a great difference. They are quite similar to each other. When we say about concatenation, the concept of append, it also appears, since concatenation is nothing but we add both the strings. I mean, the second string is added at the end of the first string. In the same way, append is nothing but we add a string at the end of other string. So in Python, we can add one string. Only one string is possible to do so. In Python, we can add one string at the end of another string using the plus or equal to operator. So now this is the string. We shall see this example. So this is the main. Let's try to. Okay. Now string is equal to hello, and let's try. the name, enter your name, string plus equal to welcome to Pune. Okay, now we have to print the string. Let's enter the name called Ashish, and then hello Ashish, it's welcome to Pune. So next, so this is another example for concatenation as well as for the repetition. So the difference between append and this concatenation is, in append we can add only one string at the end of another string, while in concatenation we can join two or more strings into a single one. And this arithmetic operator addition, this addition symbol is used in this Python for the process of concatenation, while the reference operator can be used to repeat the string, and it is used for the process of repetition, not concatenation, for a given number of times. So let's try to have a look at another example program. First name is Shah, and then last name is just Jahan, and then full name is nothing but first name first name plus last name, and then we have to print this full name. Okay, so it's Shah Jahan, and then let's try to implement this repetitive operator. Word is hello. Okay, and echo is nothing but word into tree. Then we have to print this echo. So it's hello is printed three times now. So the operations on string are the concatenation, as we seen earlier. The concatenate strings with the dereference operator, it can create multiple concatenated copies. So this is the one. And so let's see this example program now. So now we'll just suggest to print Python, just print Python 10 times. So it's Python has printed 10 times. So the repeating the strings, the repetition operator, the dereference, it is used for repeating the strings. So let's try to execute these two example programs as well. So string is nothing but Python. And we should print string, and then we shall print this string. So it's code Python. Code Python has been printed twice, and this P by PY is also printed twice. So this is the repetitive operation. Now coming to string formatting operator. So string formatting operator, it is denoted by the symbol percentile. It is unique to strings. And so this is the example. So output displayed is here. So let's try to now let's just print. Say that my name is the formatting operator S, and I secured marks in Python. Just say Arbaz and secured score of 92. So let's print this. So yeah, my name is Arbaz and I secured 92 marks in Python. Okay, the formatting operator is not present. So in the output, the formatting operator percentile is not present. It is printed without the formatting operator. So let's try to look at the other programs as well. So it is used to present the string in the clearly understandable manner, and format string with replacement fields dot format values is its syntax. So this is the ID, and so let's print this, print the entire function. So let's open. So let's say the ID of a person is 10 and person's name is say Tom, and his salary is 19,000.45, and we shall print dot format of ID, name, and salary. Now we shall print dot format of ID, name, and salary. Now we shall print the ID slash t name and slash t salary, and then slash n dot format of ID, name, salary. Okay. So next, let's print ID one more time, and then this is 0 and slash T salary slash N, again the dot format, ID name and salary, print ID is twice and then salary is now later we shall print 0 is ID, now let's print ID slash T name then slash T dot format of ID name and sal. Okay, let's try to run this program. So this is the ID name and the salary. Let's head back to the slide. So the escape sequence, if we want to print a text like he said, what's there, we can either use a single quote or double quotes. So an escape sequence, it starts with a backslash and it is interpreted differently. If we use single quote to represent a string, then all the single quotes inside the string must be escaped. Similar is the case with the double quotes as well. So let's try to implement this program. So let's try to print this statement which says uh, using triple quotes, he said What's there? So he said, what's there? And next, let's try to print in escaping single quotes. And the output is obtained by escaping the single quotes. Backslash character S. What's there? Question mark. And then double quotes. And then single quote. Let's run. So he said, what's there? And next, let's print so that the output is displayed as escaping the double quotes. He said, what's there? And let's try to have a look at other example. So yeah, we're done with this. So these are the outputs. I mean the desired outputs for this program. So next, the formatting symbol percentile C is used to represent a character, percentile D or percentile I, signed decimal integer, percentile S for string, percentile U for unsigned decimal integer, percentile O for octal integer, percentile X or capital X for hexadecimal integer, percentile E or percentile capital E for exponential notation, whereas percentile F for floating point number, and percentile G or percentile capital G for short number in floating point or exponential notation. Now, the syntax for the string formatting operation is format percentile the values. Then the statement began with a format string consisting of a sequence of characters and conversion specifications. So conversion specification, it starts with a percentile operator and can appear anywhere within the string. And now following the format string is a percentile sign and the set and the a set value one per conversion specification. It is separated by using commas and it is enclosed in parentheses. So if there is a single value, then the parenthesis is optional. So this is an example program. Now, formatting of a string, it simply means representing the string in a clearly understandable manner. So the format method is used to format the string. This method is used as format string with replacement field dot format value. And this is the example program. So strings and the numbers can be linked using this format method. It reverses a place for the number in the string using the placeholder with curly braces. And the numbers are further assigned as the arguments pass to the format. And the values can be assigned to a placeholder to get the required order. So let's try to implement few programs related to that of format method. Now, as seen earlier, the name, which is say Ashish, and age 8, then print name is equal to percentage S and age equal to percentile D using the format operator, name and the age. Later, we have to print name and age. It's Ankita and her age is 6. So name Ashish, age 8, and name Ankita and age 6. So let's try to have a look at another example. ID is 10. Name is Shankar and salary salary is equal to, let's say, 20,000. Then string equals using the dot format ID, name and salary. Then we have to print this string. Let's try to run this program. So it is displayed onto the output screen. And next, let's try to so instead of comma, let's use a hyphen. So it is displayed onto the output screen. And let's try to use another function. Say string is equal to ID, which is equal to, and then slash n, then name is equal to slash n, and then salary is also equal to. So let's run this program. So ID is 10, name Shankar, and salary is 20,000. So coming to string module, they contains a number of functions to process standard Python strings. So mostly used string modules are string.upper, string.split, string.join, string.replace, string.find, and string.count. So these are the string modules and their examples. And this is basically an example program for the string module. So let's try to implement this program. Now let's say it's import string. And let's text line called Monty Python flying circus. Okay, this is the text. And let's try to print, say, the upper function. String dot upper of text. And let's print the lower function. String dot lower of text. Okay. Now let's print split dot string dot split of text. Later we have to print join string dot join of string dot split of text, comma, using the concatenation operator. Then we have to print replace string dot replace text Python Java. Next print find string dot find text of Python. So let's print the count method, and that's the string dot count of text Let's try to run. So let's just rewrite the statement. Just like concatenation operator dot join text dot split. All right, so let's just replace this line. Text dot replace of Python and Java. And next the find method. So it's just find string dot text dot find of Python. It's just text dot find of Python, and then let's try to replace these as well. It's text dot count of n. Let's try to run this program. So it's let us have been printed in the uppercase as well as lowercase. Split, it is printed in the form of a list separated by the commas, and each string is represented by the quotation mark. And the join method, next the replace method, and the find method, then finally the count method. Now let's head back to the PPT. So the string module, it consists of a number of useful constant classes and functions. These functions are used to manipulate strings, and the string constant, some constant defined in string modules are string dot ASCII underscore letters, the combination of ASCII underscore lowercase and ASCII underscore uppercase constant. String dot ASCII underscore lowercase refers to all lowercase letters from A to Z that are lowercase, and the string dot ASCII underscore uppercase refers to all uppercase letters from A to Z, and the string dot digit, it refers to digit from 0 to 9. String dot hex refers to the hexadecimal digit from 0 to 9, A to F, and capital A to capital F. String dot lowercase is a string that has all the characters that are considered lowercase letters. And string dot octets refers to octals 0 to 7. String dot punctuation refers to the string of ASCII characters that are considered as uppercase letter. String dot printable are the string of printable characters which include digit, letter, punctuation, and white space. String dot uppercase is a string that has all the characters and that are considered as uppercase letters. String dot lowercase is a string that has all the characters and that are considered as lowercase letters. And the string dot whitespace is a string that has got all the characters and it is considered as whitespace like space and tab, etc. So this is a program to implement the definitions which we have seen in this previous slide. So to see the content of a string module, we use just the director function with the module name. And to know the details of the particular item, we can use the type command. So this is example. And working with constants in a string module is done in this example manner way. And so let's try to implement these two programs from the string module. So let's import a string like it is equal to welcome to the world of Python. Next, we have to print this in, say, uppercase is equal to string dot upper. Next, we have to print the same in the lowercase as well, which is equal to string dot lower. Then we have to print in the split method, which is equal to string dot split. And we shall print the same in the join method, which is equal to dot join string dot split. Next, we shall print the replace. String dot replace Python and Java. Next, we shall print count of O. It's string dot count. We shall print this find of like it's equal to string dot find of. So let's try to run this program. So the output has been displayed over here. All right, let's head back to the slide. So let's try to implement these functions as well. So we shall import a string and then we shall print type of string dot digits, and its class string. Let's just print string dot digits. So these are the digits from 0 to 9. And let's print import string, say G in string dot lowercase. Run this. So it's true. And let's try to implement another program. So yeah, let's head back over here. So coming to anagram. Anagram is nothing but a word or phrase. It is formed by rearranging the letters of a different word or phrase. It typically uses all the original letters exactly once. So for example, listen and silent. So it has got the same letters, but the formation of word is different. And binary and brainy, schoolmaster and the classroom, car and arc. So given two strings are here. We have to give two strings. I mean, we have to input two strings and we have to verify whether they are anagram or not. So let's try to do this. This is using if else, and so let's try to do the program, or the one which is related to anagram. So S1 is equal to input of enter first string, and S2 is equal to input enter second string. Okay, so let's next, if sorted of S1 is equal to sorted of S2, then we have to print it is an anagram, else print not an anagram. So let's print, so enter first string, base, and let's enter next. It's here, so it's an anagram. Let's try to implement another program. Now this data 1 is equal to input of enter the first string, and next is data 2, which is also equal to input enter second string. Now frequency is equal to times 26 for C in data 1 dot upper. Frequency of order of C minus 65 less or equal to 1, and for C in data 2 dot upper, frequency of order of C minus 65 minus equal to 1, and if any frequency is true, then we have to print not anagram. Else print anagram, and this data 1 list is equal to list of data 1. Next, for C in data 2, if C in data 1 list data list dot remove of C. Twenty, and then it's say 20 times 20, and then the next one is 20 times 1. This is still run. So let's enter first string, river, and it's just lever. So not an anagram. Now let's head back to the PPT. So, okay, now what is panagram? Panagram is a sentence. It contains every letter of the alphabet. Given a sentence, we have to determine whether it is a panagram, and we have to just ignore the case. So the panagram examples are the thick brown fox jumps over the lazy dog, and the two driven dogs help fax my big quiz. So pack my box with 5 dozen liquor jugs. The five boxing wizards jump quickly, and bright vixens jump, dozy fall a quack. So we have to print whether if a given sentence is panagram or not. So these are the programs to verify if all the given string has all unique characters, and in order to remove any duplicate characters from a string. So we shall execute all these three programs together. So we first have to print, verify if a given string is anagram. We should import the data. Now first foremost we have to enter the string, and then next should enter the data dot upper, then frequency is equal to false times 26, and the first C in if C dot is alpha, frequency of order of C minus 65 is true. If all frequency becomes true, then print panagram, else print not a panagram. Let's try to run the program. So let's enter the string. Mm, so the five boxing wizards jump quickly. So it's a panagram. Now let's try to implement these two programs as well. Now we have to print this program to determine if a string has got all unique characters. Now we should input the data, enter the string. Then later, if it is found, import its false times 127. And for C in data, if found, the order of C is equal to false. Now found order of C equals true, else print duplicate present, else print all characters are unique. Let's run this program. So enter the string. So name, all characters are unique. And next, print program. Now let's print another program to remove all duplicate characters. Now we should input the data called enter the string and the unique. And later for C in data, if C not in unique, then unique plus equals C. Later you have to print C. So we shall run this program. Think G. Now we shall run this program again. Think mug, brick, tuck, stick, G. Let's try to. So let's head back to the PPT and okay. So to reverse a string, these are two programs. Now we shall implement them where I is nothing but length of the data minus 1. And next reverse is equals to, while I is greater than or equal to 0, then reverse is equal to reverse place data of I. Now I minus equals to 1, then we should print the reverse. Okay. And if reverse equals data of -1, we shall print the reverse. Let's run this. So let's try to implement another program, say by the name just killer, and let's create character list, which is list of the names of the character. And let's create another character list dot reverse, and let's now print the character list, and let's reverse the string. Now let's print reverse string. So the characters are reversed. So now let's head back to the PPT. So the built-in string methods and functions. So strings are an example of Python objects, and an object is an entity that contains both data, the actual string itself, as well as the functions to manipulate the data. So these functions are available to any instance variable of the object, and Python supports many built-in methods. A method is just like a function. The only difference between function and string methods is invoked or called an object. So example, if the variable string is a string, then you can call the upper, and methods such as string.upper to convert all the characters of string in uppercase. So Python has a set of built-in methods so that you can use on strings. So these are the string functions and methods. Len, min, max, is alnumer, is alnumeric, is alpha, and is digit, is lower, is upper, is space, and is identifier, ends with, starts with, find, count, capitalize, title, lower, upper, swap case, replace, center, lgist, rgist, center, is strip, r strip, and strip. So let's learn about them in detail. Okay, so now the capitalize function is used to capitalize the first letter of the string. So this is an example program which we shall execute now. And the center with fill character, it returns a string with the original string centered to a total of with columns and filled with fill character in columns that do not have characters. And the count string beginning and end, it counts the number of times string occurs in a string and ends with suffix beginning and end. It checks if the string ends with a prefix, starts with suffix beginning and end. It checks if string starts with prefix, and find string beginning and end. It checks if string is present inside the string. Index of string beginning and end. It is same as find, but it raises an exception if string is not found. So let's try to implement the programs. So here the string is hello, and next we should print the string in capitalized format, and we shall print the same string in string dot center format as well. So let's run the program. Okay, so it's hello and the hello. Okay, the prefix and suffix are padded with the operator star, where the width of the the width of the string is actually 10, and the hello it contains width of 5, and the remaining 5 spaces are occupied by an operator. So next, let's import a message which says my best friend, and let's print the statement. Message dot ends with end, and ends with 0, and length of the message. So let's print message dot ends with end 0, length of message. Next, let's print so let's now print message dot starts with my 0 len of message. Next, print message dot find best 0, and then the len of message. Next, print message dot index mine 0 and learn off message. So let's try to run this program. If it's true, true, 3, and there's a value error that substring is not found. Okay, so next. So it's capitalized function. We have done with this. Next, our find method, string beginning and end. It is same as find but starts searching from the end. And our index method, string beginning and the end. It is same as index but starts searching from the end and raises an exception if string is not found. Is alphanumeric method, it returns true if the string has at least one character and every character is either a number or an alphabet. Is alphanumeric method returns true if the string has at least one character and every character is an alphabet. Is digit method, it returns true if string contains only digits. Is lower method, it returns if the string has at least one character and every character is a lowercase alphabet. Is space method, it returns true if string contains only white space character, and is upper method, it returns true if the string has at least one character and every character is an uppercase alphabet. And moving on to the L string method, it returns the length of the string, and L just the width or fill character, it returns a string left justified to a total of width columns, and the columns without characters are padded with a character specified in the fill character argument. R just width fill character method, it returns a string right justified to a total of width columns, and columns without characters are padded with a character it's specified in the fill character argument. And zfill method, zfill width method, it returns string left padded with zeros or to a total of width characters. And lower method, it converts all characters of the string into the lowercase. Upper upper method, it converts all characters in the string into an uppercase. L strip method, it removes all leading white space in a string. And R strip method, it removes all trailing white space in a string. Strip method, it removes all leading and trailing white space in a string. Max of string, it returns the highest alphabetical character having highest ASCII value from the string's str. And minimum string, it returns the lowest alphabetical character it has having the lowest ASCII values from the string str. And replace old, new, and max, it replaces all or maximum occurrences of old in a string with the new, with new characters. Or the title method, it returns a string in title case. The swap case method, it toggles the case of every character. The split delim method returns a list of substrings that are separated by the specified delimiter, and if no delimiter is specified, uh, no delimiter is specified, then by default it splits strings on all the white space character. Uh, and the join list method, it joins a list of strings which is used with the delimiter with which the function is invoked. And is identify method, it returns true if the string is a valid identifier. Enumerate string method, it returns an enumerate object that lists the index value and values of all the characters in string as a pair. So let's try to implement all these programs one by one. So message which contains my best friend, and we have to print the message dot r find best, 0, length of the message, then we should print message dot r index my 0, length of the message, then we shall print first. Let's try to print these two statements. Okay, so it's 3 and 0, and let's now the message is James Bond 007. Now we should print the message alphanumeric or not. So later we have to print the message is alpha and should print the message. So let's try to print these two functions. It's true and false. So let's try to print only the message 007, and we shall print whether this message is digit or not. So it's true. And then let's try to print the message is equal to hello in lowercase. Now print message dot lower. So it's hello. And next, let's print this same message. I'm sorry, it's is lower method. So, yes, it's false. And let's try to print this in uppercase and whether it is upper. So it's true. And let us print the message is space. It's true. Now let's print the string equals hello. You should print the length of the string. Next, we should print left justified 10 using this dereference operator. And then we should print the R justified And this is also done. Next, we shall print the string in the uppercase. Then we shall print the string lstrip method. Let's try to run the program. So this is the output, and let's try to print the string in the lower method. Print string dot lower. So let's run. So it has printed in the lower case, and let's print another string 1234. Let's print string dot z fill of 10. So let's run this. So it's padded with zeros. And let's try to implement this string hello, and let's print the r strip dot l strip, and let's print another string hello. Okay, so next let's print str dot l strip. Let's run the program. So it's hello, and let's input the string like it's hello friends. Now we have to print the maximum value of the string. Let's print the minimum value of the string. Let's run. So it's maximum value of the string is z, and the minimum value of the string is t. It's t, and let's try. So let's try another one. This is a string called hello, hello, and hello. It is repeated 3 times. Then we have to print string dot replace he with fo. Let's run. So it is replaced. So one string is Python language, and we should print string dot title. So it's Python language, and we shall print string dot swap case. So it's the swap case. The uppercase strings are converted to lowercase, and the lowercase are converted to uppercase. And we shall print this string is hello. So we have to print whether the string is identifier or not. Let's try this. Let's run the program. Yes, it's true. And let's try to, and we should print list of enumerate the string. Let's run. Yeah. So it's the list has been printed. Next, we shall use string is equal to ABC, DEF, GHI, JKL. Now we shall print string dot split now this string dot split. Hmm. Let's try to run this program. So it will stay printed. The values are separated. And then next we shall print dot join operator ABC DEF GHI and JKL. So the join method is determined in this way. And if the string is hello, for example, let's print minimum function of the string. So it's E and first hello friends. Okay. So now the first method is just converting the string functions. So as we have seen the methods in the earlier slides, so we're gonna now categorize the methods and their significance. For the first one is converting string functions. So first the capitalized method is used, only first character capitalized, the lower method, all character converted to lowercase, and the upper method that is all character converted to uppercase. Title method, first character capitalized in each word. Swap case method, it lowercase letters are converted to uppercase and uppercase letters are converted to lowercase. Replace old new, it replaces the old string with the new one. So uppercase low and swap case title method. So now we're going to import this string and we're going to see the output. So the string is Python is the future. Okay. Now this is a string. So we shall print the string in the uppercase. And next we shall print the string in lowercase. And next we shall print the string in swap case. And we shall print the string in title. So we shall run this program. So here Python is the future is the desired result is obtained. And so we have another program here. For the string dot lower, it convert all characters to lowercase, and whereas up dot upper, it converts all characters to uppercase, and string dot swap case, it converts uppercase to lowercase, and the vice versa. String dot title, it the first character of each word is changed to uppercase and others to lowercase. And the string dot capitalize, the first character of the string is changed to uppercase and the others are changed to lowercase. So let's input, let's print the statement. We have to input the string called cranes varsity, and now we should print in all caps letters, that is string dot upper, later it's all lower, which is equal to string dot lower. Next, have to print the string, and then we have to print all caps, and we have to print all lower. Let's try to run. So the string is printed in the desired format. Now this is another example program. Let's try to execute that as well. So string is input. Enter any string of our choice. Now next we shall print string capitalized. That is string dot capitalize, and we shall print string lowercase, string dot lower, we shall print string title case, and string dot title. Next we shall print string swap case, string dot swap case, and next we shall print string replace case, and string dot replace Python programming. I shall run this. So let's enter any string. Welcome to Python. So the desired output is obtained. Now let's continue with PPT. So now we're given a task to swap cases. So we should convert all lowercase to uppercase and vice versa. All lowercase letters are converted to uppercase letters and the vice versa is repeated. So let's try this. Now let's say a string called cranes varsity, and result of the string for C in string, if C is equal to C dot upper, then the result string is equal to C dot lower, else the result string is equal to C dot upper. Now we have to print the string as well as print the result string. Now let's run the program. So the output is obtained here. So instead of print string dot swap case, now we have to print the string, and later we have to print the result str. So let's run. So the output is obtained here. Now formatting the string functions, and it is done in 4 methods, that is center or the width method. It returns a string centered in a field of given width, and the adjust width method, it returns a string left justified in a field of given width, and our justified width method, it returns a string right justified in a field of given width, and format items method, it formats a string. So this is a program. So let's try to implement this program. Let's input a value now. Enter any string of your choice. Now we should print the center alignment. A dot center, and we should print the left alignment. A dot adjust and we have to print the right alignment, which is a dot argest of width 20, and let's just run this program. So let's enter string called welcome. So the output is obtained in the desired format. Now let's head back to the file. Okay. Now to remove white space characters, the three methods are followed, like lstrip, rstrip, and strip. Lstrip, it returns a string with leading white space characters removed. Rstrip, it returns a string with trailing white space characters removed. And strip, it returns a string with leading and trailing white space characters removed. So let's see. Let's try to implement this program. Here, let's input, enter any string of your choice, and let's print left space trim. Next, a dot lstrip. Now let's print right space trim. A dot rstrip. Now let's print left and right trim. A dot strip. So let's enter any string called the same string like welcome. So the trimming is done in this way. Okay. Next, let's head back to the PPT. So the testing string or character is alphanumeric method, is alpha method, is digit method, is lower method, is upper and is space method. Is alphanumeric, it returns true if all characters in string are alphanumeric and there is at least one character. Is alpha method, it returns true if all characters in string are alphabetical. And is digit method, it returns true if string contains only number characters. Is lower method, it returns true if all characters in string are lowercase letters. Is upper method returns true if all characters in string are uppercase letters. Is space method returns true if string contains only white space characters. So is alphanumeric, it returns to all characters in string are alphanumeric, such as A to Z in capital letters, A to Z in lowercase letters, 0 to 9, and there is at least one character. Is alpha method, it returns to if the string has at least one character and all characters are alphabets, A to Z and capital A to Z and small a to Z in upper and lower case. Is digit, it returns to if the string contains only numeric digits 0 to 9 and false otherwise. Is lower method, it returns true if the string contains at least one letter and all characters are in lower case, otherwise it returns false. Is upper method, it returns true if the string contains at least one letter and all characters are in uppercase, otherwise it returns false. Is title method, it returns true if each word of the string starts with a capital letter and there is at least one character in the string, otherwise it returns false. Is space method, it returns true if the string contains only spaces, otherwise it returns false. So is alphanumeric, is digit, is lower, is space, is upper, and is title. This is a program to implement all that. So these are the two programs. Let's implement now. First, let's input a data. Now we should enter a string. Then later we should print that length is equal to length function of the data. And now the digits is 0. The upper value is 0 2. The lower value is 0. And the space is also 0. For element in data, if the element dot is digit states true, then digits plus equal to 1. If else dot upper, it's is upper, states true, then upper value gets incremented by 1. It's element, not else. So if element dot is lower, states true. Element dot, then the lower gets incremented by 1. If element dot is space, states true, then the space gets incremented by 1. Then we shall print the string contains 0 digits dot format digits then we have to print the string contains zero uppercase dot format of upper. Next we have to print the string contains lowercase dot format dot format lower next we shall print the statement. The string contains spaces dot format space. Let's run this. Enter a string function. So function in Python. Okay, so next let's try to implement another program. A is equal to input of enter any string of your choice. Where print alphanumeric a dot is alphanumeric, and then later you have to print alphabetic a dot is alpha. Next you have to print digits a dot is digit. Then you have to print lower case a dot is lower, and we have to print its upper a dot is upper. So let's enter a string called Python. So this is the desired output. Now let's head back to the strings. So we're done with both these programs. Now searching for a substring. So searching for a substring deals with these concepts like ends with, starts with, find and count. Ends with it returns true of the string, ends with the substring, while starts with it returns true of the string, starts with a substring. And find, it returns the lowest index or -1 if substring is not found, and count, it returns the number of occurrences of a substring. Now, so to check the starting and ending of the strings, we use starts with and ends with method. So let's implement this program. The string is, this is a Python programming session. Next, we should print string dot starts with this, and then we shall close the string. Then we have to print string dot ends with again this. So let's run the program. So it's true and false. It starts with this, but it doesn't end with this. So now let's implement this program as well, where A is given an input of enter any string of your choice. And we have to print is string ends with on A dot ends with on, and we should print is string starts with good, since A dot starts with good, and we should print using this find A dot find YTHON, and then we should print the occurrence. In order to find the occurrences, we use the count method. A dot count the number of O's present over here. So we shall run this. So enter a string that's welcome to Python again. So it's string starts with on, ends with on, it's true, starts with good, it's false, find is 12 and count is 3. YTHON is 12 and the occurrences of O is 3. So now let's continue with the PPT. So, okay, the string dot count, it returns the number of non-overlapping occurrences of substring. Sub string dot find, it returns the lowest index in the string where the substring sub is found, and it returns -1 if sub is not found. String dot index, like find, it is like find, but it raises value error when the substring is not found. String dot split separate is equal to none, and it returns a list of the words in the string using se that separator as a delimiter string. S dot joining the list, it returns a string which is the concatenation of the strings in the list. The separator between element is S. So now this is a program to implement the count method to count the substrings in a string. Count method is used to count the number of occurrences of a substring in a main string. So the syntax is string name dot count substring beginning and the end. So let's try to implement this program with 3 example programs. So first let's input a string by the name called New Delhi, where n is equal to string dot count. occurrence of Delhi, and we shall print N, of course, and next O is equal to string dot count the letter E, 0 and 3. Now, of course, we should print this O. P is equal to string dot count E, 0 and length of the string, and we should print P over here. So 112 is obtained as a desired output. Now we have to count the number of vowels in a string. So let's implement this program. And in order to count the number of overlapping substrings, we shall implement this program too. Now let's take an email called person's name Kindle 1248 at the rate of gmail.com. And then we shall count the number of vowels present here. Vowels equals A, E, I, O, U. And V count represents the vowel count, which is initialized to 0. Now for C in email, the C is in vowels, then V count is incremented by 1. Then we have to print number of vowels is equal to V count. Now let's try to run this. So number of vowels is 6. And now let's try to implement this program called counting the number of overlapping substrings. Now, if the main string is inputted as ABB and ABA, then the substring is inputted as ABA. Next, result is equal to main string dot count the substring. Next, we have to print the substring has occurred. So ABA it's occurred 2 times. Now main string ABA and ABA, ABA. No, ABA, PABA. Then substring equals ABA. Then we should try count is 0 and index is also 0. Now while true, main string is equal to main string of index. Now we should print main string. Then index over here is main string dot index of substring. Then index is equal to index plus 1. Next, count is equal to count plus 1. Next, except print substring occurred count number of times. All right. So let's just rewrite this code. So here ABA, it has occurred 3 times. Now let's try to modify the same code. Let's remove this try. Using the find method. if index is equal to -1, then break. Let's run this program. The same output. It has been applied to find as well as the count method. So the finding the substrings methods are useful to find the substrings in the main string using find, rfind index, and rindex. Find index will search for the substring from the beginning, whereas rfind and rindex will search for the substring from the end. And find it returns -1 if the substring is not found, where index it returns value error if the substring is not found. So mainstream.find substring beginning and end is the syntax. So this is another example program to find the substring. So this is using a value error, and this is without using the try method. So let's try to implement the program. Now let's input the string. Say let's enter the main string. And the substring is input. Enter the substring. Later we have to enter the n value string dot find sub 0, then length of the string. Then later, if n value is equal to -1, we shall print that substring is not found. Then later, else we shall print that substring found at the rate n plus 1. So let's print. So enter the main string, or let's say programming. Enter the substring language, substring not found. Yes. So next, so let's input again the string. Now we shall use the try and accept method here. We shall enter the main string and the sub is equal to input, enter the substring. That's and we shall try, that is search for the substring, and is equal to string dot index of sub 0 and the length of the string. When accept the value error, we shall print that substring not found. Else we shall print that substring found at the rate n plus 1. So let's try to run this program now. So entering the main string, Python substring strings, substring is not found. Okay. So next, let's try to focus on presentation topics. So, okay, we're done implementing both the programs. Now modification of the strings. Few basic modifications can be done to the strings, such like uppercase and lowercase, strip, replace, and split. As we have seen earlier, upper it converts string to uppercase letters, lower it converts string to lowercase letters. Strip removes white space in beginning or in the end. Replace it replaces a string with another string. Split separate string if it finds a separator. The functions are used on a particular string with a dot operator. String name dot upper. So replacing a string with another string. To replace the substring with another substring, the syntax is string name dot replace old and new. Here, old string is replaced with a new one. So let's print this. String is Ram is a good boy. Now string one is string dot replace good, and good is replaced with handsome. And let's print the string one. So Ram's a handsome boy. The string is being replaced. Now let's try to implement this program as well using the replace method. So the state is given as Karnataka, and we have to print state dot replace the count of A's. Now we have to print the state. So let's try to run this program. So it's KRNTK and Karnataka. A's have been replaced. So next, here splitting and joining the strings. Split, it is used to break the strings into, and it is in terms of pieces, and are it returned as a list. and the syntax is string name dot split of character. String equals 123 and list is called split. List is called string dot split. So let's try to implement this program. So what is the string over here? It's 1, 2, 3. And list is equal to string dot split. Now we should print the list. Should run this one. So it's 1, 2, 3. The string has been split. Now let's see the program. So now join method. If your the groups are joined as a one string, let's say syntax is separator dot join of string. The separator, it represents the character to be used between two strings, and the string, it represents a tuple or list of strings. So this is the example program. So initially they are groups, and final, using this join, they are merged into a single string. Let's try to see the program. Now this is a string called 1, it's 2, and it's 3. Let's say the string 1 is equal to hyphen dot join the string. Then we shall print this string 1 and run the program. So 1, 2, 3 are joined with a hyphen. Now the join method, it is used to efficiently construct strings from multiple fragments. String dot join is iterable and it returns a string which is a concatenation of the string in iterable. The separator between elements is a string. Providing this method, a type error will be raised if there are any non-string values in an iterable. So this is an example for join method and the type error. So now let's try to implement this example as well. Your vowels are A, E, I, wait, O, and U. Okay. So next, S equals dot join the vowels, and let's print this S. So let's run the program. So A, E, I, O, U is combined with a hyphen, and let's try to implement other program as well. Here name is Sikandar, and C is equal to list of name. Then we have to print the C. Then we have to print dot join operator of C. So let's run this program. So Sikandar is it has been printed in a list, and the elements are printed separately in the form of a list elements enclosed with quotations and separated by commas. Now let's try to implement one last program in this join method. Numbers is equal to 12, 23, 21, 43, and 56. 10 numbers. I mean S. Dot join numbers. Then we have to print S onto the output screen. So let's try to rewrite the code again. Let's try to run this code. So it's 1, 2, 2, 3, 2, 1, 4, 3, and 5, 6. And let's try to change the same code using map function. It's string numbers. So let's try to run the program. So it's same output in both the cases. Now I have implemented this program just now. Now the split separator method. So default separator is any space, space, new line, and tab. To specify any other separator, we should specify it explicitly. So this is an example program to understand the split separator method. Let's try to implement the program. Here data is equal to Sindhu and it's Niranjani and Yoganand and it's Ravi. We have to first print the data. Next, we should print the type of the data. And we shall print the length of the data. And your words equals data dot split. Next, we should print words. Print type of words. Next, we shall print len of words. Now we shall run the program. So the output is obtained onto the screen. Now let's head back to presentation. So the translate method, it is a program to understand the translate method. Let's try to print this. No, okay. Now let's input A as A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K, L, M, N, O, P, Q, R, S, T, U, V, W, X, Y, and Z. Next, let's input B as E, F, G, H, I, J, K, L, M, N, O, P, Q, R, S, T, U, V, W, X, 5, Z, and A, B, C, D. So now we have to encrypt, translate, trans table. So it is equal to string dot make trans of A and B, and the data is to input, have to enter the data. Later we have to print original data, and this data, and next we should print the encrypted data, which is equal to data dot translate encrypt trans table. Next we should print this encrypted data, and then encrypted data. Next we should decrypt the trans table, string dot make trans of B and A. Next, decrypted data is equal to encrypted data dot translate decrypt trans table. Then later we have to print decrypted data, decrypt data, so now let's run this program. So we should enter the data. Let's say translate. So original data and the encrypted ones and the decrypted one. Now let's head back to the presentation slide. So the strong password. Louise joined a social networking site to stay in touch with her friends. The sign-up page required her to input a name and a password. However, the password must be strong. So the website considers a password to be strong if it satisfies the following criteria, and that is its length should be at least 6, and it contains at least one digit, it contains at least one lowercase English character, and it contains at least one uppercase English character, as well as it contains at least one special character, and the special characters are this one. So we have to write a code to check if the password is strong or not. Since we have seen earlier, we can check by digits method, the lowercase, uppercase, and the special characters. So we can use the methods in order to build a strong password. This is just an application to state how the string methods are useful in our general life. Now coming to the order and character function. Order function, it returns the ASCII code of the character. The character function, it returns the character represented by the ASCII number. Example, this particular string, let's try to implement. So let's say the character. So we have to print the order of the character. Let's say character CH. Let's see. So let's run this program. So it's 82. And let's try to implement another program. Now, if you would like to find out the character of 82, so it's R. All right, vice versa of character is order, and vice versa of order is character. It vice versa of order gives character, and vice versa of order, it vice versa of character gives order. So they're opposite to each other. Now the escape characters, there are some illegal characters that we cannot use inside a string, the quotation marks, backslash, etc. So to insert the illegal characters, escape character is used. It is a black backslash followed by the illegal character. So some familiar escape characters are single quote, backslash, new line, carriage return, tab, backspace, form feed, octal value, and hex value. So there's a single quote, backslash, two lines, slash in, slash r, slash t, slash v, slash f, slash o, and slash xhh. So the raw string to ignore escape sequence. Sometimes we may wish to ignore the escape sequences inside a string. To do this, we can place smaller or capital R in front of the string. This will employ that it is a raw string, and any escape string inside it will be ignored. So this is an example. So we shall implement this. Now we shall print this is slash x 61 slash n good example. So let's try to print this. So this is a good example. It has been printed in a separate line. So let's try to use our function over here. So now it has been printed in a single line. we are using our function in order to print the output in a single row, or else if we remove the or function, the output gets printed in a two lines, or depending upon the string we have given. So the output gets printed in a separate line. So now escape characters and the meaning. Earlier we have seen some of them. Now here there are another escape characters. Slash A denotes bell or alert. Slash B denotes backspace. Slash N denotes new line. Slash T denotes horizontal tab space. Whereas slash V denotes vertical tab space. Slash R denotes enter button, and slash X denotes character X. Whereas the double slashes, they denote display single slash. So thank you. That's the end of the presentation.